O eternal and almighty God, from whom all power and wisdom come, we are assembled here before thee to frame such laws as may tend to the welfare and prosperity of our province. Grant, O merciful God, we pray thee, that we may desire only that which is in accordance with thy will, that we may seek it with wisdom and know it with certainty and accomplish it perfectly, for the glory and honor of thy name and for the welfare of all our people. Amen. Please be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. Routine proceedings, introduction of bills. Committee reports, the Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to present the first report of the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development.
Your Standing Committee on Social and Economic
Dispense. The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain, that the report of the committee be received.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for La Vérendrye, seconded by the Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain, that the report of the committee be received. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Tabling of reports, Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to table the following reports: the financial statements for the Université de St. Boniface, March 31st, 2019, and the Apprenticeship and Certification Board 2018-2019 annual report. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Growth, Enterprise and Trade.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to table the Manitoba Development Corporation 2018-2019 annual report.
Ministerial statements, member statements. The Honourable Member for Portage La Prairie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor and recognize one of our former community leaders in the city of Portage La Prairie. Peacefully, on September 26, 2019, the community of Portage La Prairie lost a former businessman, city councillor, and mayor, Earl James Porter. Earl served as city councillor from 1998 to 2006 and as mayor from 2010 to 2014. He took his job very seriously, determined to get the finances in order, and devoted to the bettering of Portage. Earl was a problem solver who represented everyone from all walks of life. He was a genuine person who freely voiced his opinions. Earl was born in April 20th, 1950 in Portage La Prairie, moving to British Columbia, where he was stationed as an RCMP officer in Vancouver Town Station, and shortly thereafter at Vancouver Drug Squad, and finally at Prince George. He returned to Portage, where he met his wife Terry and was the proud father of 2 children, Matthew and Cole. When returning to Portage, he worked for Orville Kieran's Realty, then opened his own business, Shine Shop, which eventually became Porter Auto Sales. Earl was an avid golfer and was a member of the Portage La Prairie Golf Club for nearly 30 years. Earl had a passion for collecting antiques and was fondly remembered as the Portage Picker. He also enjoyed rebuilding old cars, including a Corvette and several convertibles, which were often used to escort dignitaries at various community events and parades. Portage La Prairie is a better place today because of Earl's values and his commitment to family, friendship, and community. Our thoughts are with his family during this difficult time. In the gallery today, we have his wife, Terry Porter, and a number of other guests, and I would ask for leave to have their names included in Hansard.
Is there leave to include the names of the guests in Hansard? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Member for Transcona.
It was with humility today that I rise to give my member statement, the first one in this session. As honourable members, we can all agree that it is a privilege to serve our constituents as MLAs. I'm sure that all members would also agree that we've all benefited from mentors and role models as we grew up, and that the life lessons we receive from our mentors continue to impact us as we live our day-to-day lives. I benefited greatly from having 2 mentors across the back lane for me when I was growing up, and spent my formative years. As mentors, they provided me with unconditional support, assisted me in overcoming obstacles, and reminded me of the innate value of all human beings. They also listened. Growing up, we often had a lot of advice thrown our way, especially when we were young, and my mentors listened to me, actually valued the opinion, and even when they weren't obligated to do so. As mentors do, they pushed, but just enough. Set high expectations both academically, personally, and continued to be exceptional role models, and it given me that purposeful nudge, even at my advanced age at this point in my career and life. They had an authentic interest also in my development as a person and community member. They engaged me to understand all aspects of a productive lifestyle that had at its center the importance of community service. They were also free of judgment. They did not impose their beliefs on me, instead reminded me to develop my own instincts, my own beliefs, with a foundation based on the values of humility and public service. Finally, they were and continue to be exceptional at providing perspective. They helped me see all sides of an issue and how to develop a particular opinion based on good, sound thinking. In the gallery today, I have the honor of welcoming two of the people that were my mentors, and exceptional that they were. Brian and Elaine Cramble, and along with them is my mother, Maria Altamar. The lessons they provided with unconditional support continue to be instrumental in helping me evolve as a person of public service and humility. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I ask for leave to include the names of my guests in Hansard: Brian Cramble, Elaine Cramble, and Maria Altamar. Oh, I don't do that yet?
Sorry.
I will just point out for the member that because the names were mentioned in his statement, he did not have to ask for leave to include those names afterwards. The honourable member for the PAW.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The safety of our family, friends, colleagues, and community members is probably the most paramount concern each of us holds. In the PAW, community coordinators have established a non-for-profit grassroots initiative known as Nasimanan Safe Rides. Nasimanan means my little sister. It's a significant name because it gives a picture of the intent behind the initiative to protect as many women as possible. Women need protection because they are often the target of violence and exploitation. This program began on a Saturday, September 21st, and has helped many women get home safe. This initiative sprang out of tragedy. A young woman, Kendara Ballantyne, was found dead near a post-secondary school in the PAW. To help preserve the safety of our women, organizers came together and started the Safe Rides program. In many ways, this program honors the young woman who recently passed on. Therefore, the goal of this initiative is to deliver safe and free transportation for women heading home on weekends. The Nasimanan Safe Rides is available every Friday and Saturday between 11:30 and 5 a.m. The dedicated volunteers work in groups of 2 to ensure safety while transporting individuals to their various destinations. Nasimanan Safe Rides also works with the local RCMP and community service volunteers in patrolling for suspicious sightings as well. Our volunteers are dedicated to being consistent and hope the initiative will grow in order to cater for more people around the area. Madam Speaker, today I acknowledge Pauline McGilvery and many others for stepping up to provide secure transportation in the PAW. Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, Rett syndrome, a rare neurologic condition, is being recognized this month, which is Rett Syndrome Awareness Month. This condition, characterized by typical repetitive hand-washing hand movements, primarily affects girls and more rarely and more severely boys. It can lead to severe impairments affecting nearly every aspect of a child's life, including the ability to speak, walk, eat, or breathe easily. It is like having the symptoms of autism, cerebral palsy, Parkinson's, epilepsy, and anxiety disorder all at once. It's caused by one of many different mutations on the X chromosome in a gene called MECP2. The extent of the disability varies from mild to severe depending on the specific mutation. Research is underway for treatments including gene therapy, medications, and neurohabilitative therapies. Earlier this year, Dr. Nobeen Rastegar received an award from the Ontario Rett Syndrome Association to establish the Human Rett Syndrome Brain Biorepository Laboratory at the Children's Hospital Research Institute in Manitoba. The grand opening of the lab was September 20th and was well attended by parents from Ontario, British Columbia, and Manitoba. The lab is a unique resource in Canada and is essential to develop therapeutic strategies for this severe disorder that currently has no cure. As well, a new Rett clinic will open October 17 at the Sky Centre. I recently participated in the Ride or Stride for Rett Syndrome fundraiser and barbecue at Kings Park on September 21st. It was a happy occasion with many family members, concerned friends, and relatives present. I thank Trish Guimond and Sharon Romano who participated and who are here today in the gallery.
The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in this House today to once again honor a great event that takes place in the constituency of La Vérendrye. The St. Lob 200 go-kart race has been declared the most innovative tourist attraction in the province. On September 19, 2019, the St. Lob 200 was awarded the Travel Manitoba Innovation Award. For those of you who are not familiar with the St. Lob 200, it is a go-kart race that takes place in St. Lob, Manitoba. On day one, your team is given 24 hours and a limited number of parts, such as an engine, clutch, and wheels to build a kart. On day two, you race it. This grueling 200-lap race on a quarter-mile dirt track can take its toll on both the driver and kart. This past summer, 20 teams gave it their best to build a kart, then see it to the finish line. This year marked the 11th annual race. It keeps growing every year, with the committee adding more and more for the crowd to enjoy. This year, close to 2,000 were in attendance. What started out as a friendly competition between members of the Grenier family has quickly grown to the size it is today and is a major fundraiser for southeastern Manitoba. Since it started, the St. Lob 200 has raised over $100,000 for local charities and collected thousands of pounds for the local Helping Hands Food Bank. I would like to thank the St. Lob 200 for all they do for their community and congratulate them on a well-deserved award. Thank you.
Prior to oral questions, we have some guests in the gallery that I would like to introduce to you. We have seated in the public gallery from River East Collegiate 15 grade 9 students under the direction of Arndt Ludwig, and this group is located in the constituency of the Honourable Member for Rossmere. On behalf of all Honourable Members here, we welcome you to the Manitoba Legislature. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I want to begin by acknowledging James Peebles, who is from Winnipeg, and today we found out won the Nobel Prize for Physics, something we can all be proud of, and not least of which because he is a graduate of my own alma mater, the University of Manitoba, which I know many other people in the chamber went to as well. However, because of the actions of this education minister and this premier, those sorts of successes will be less and less common in the future, Madam Speaker. Since taking office, they've increased college and university tuition by some 10%. That means $450 more for college students, $400 more on average for university students. Tuition's going up, quality's going down because of their cuts. Why is the Premier making it harder for Manitobans to get a good quality post-secondary education?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, I know the member appreciates how hard life was for people under the NDP government when they were raising taxes year after year while running massive deficits, while doubling our province's debt, Madam Speaker. So I know the member understands he's throwing stones from a very glass-encrusted house. But let me say, in respect of Dr. Peebles, that his accomplishment is something that makes all of us proud here in this province. Not only an alumnus of the University of Manitoba, but a professor, an Albert Einstein professor at Princeton, where he did a lot of his work. His observances of the Big Bang Theory and its ripple effects have propelled the studies that he advanced, among others as well. And he continues to be a significant supporter of post-secondary education in this province, Madam Speaker, supporting the U of M, as we do as a government as well.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, at the same time that Dr. Peebles was donating to the University of Manitoba, this Premier cut $3.6 million from the University of Manitoba. They cut millions more from other universities and from colleges right across the province. While they were cutting those grants that support the quality of education, that pay for the education, they also hiked the fees. They also hiked the tuition. They also hiked the fees and tuition on international students, so that education got more and more expensive just in a few years under this Premier's watch. Everyone knows that education is one of the most transformational investments you can make to help young people change their lives for the better. Why is this Premier making it harder?
The Honourable First Minister.
And of course, while education continues to transform the lives of all of us, Madam Speaker, and in particular our young people, and while Professor Peebles centers his life's work on complex issues like the clustering of galaxies in space, the NDP proposes that you can get a toonie off your parking at St. Boniface, and continues to spout the same tired rhetoric day after day here without evidence of any new ideas whatsoever emanating from that side of the House. Now, Madam Speaker, we quintupled the amount of support money available to students graduating our high schools. We've made sure that our investments in post-secondary education and education generally are higher than ever before. In fact, close to $300 million more this year alone than the NDP budgeted for education as a maximum amount. So we continue to support education at record levels. We will. And Madam Speaker, we always value the transformation that can occur, it seems, everywhere except in the NDP caucus.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
Well, we all know that Dr. Peebles made his breakthroughs by examining the facts. And when we examine the facts of this Premier's time in office, it's a simple fact that he's cut $3 million from the University of Manitoba. He's cut $2 million more from the University of Winnipeg, and millions more from grants to other universities and colleges across Manitoba. One of the ones that certainly sticks out is their cut to the Access Bursary. This is a program that helped people on social assistance be able to lift themselves out of poverty through the power of education. An inspiring program if there ever was one, and yet this Premier cut it. He cut the supports for those students as well. Seeing as his time in office has been characterized by rising tuition and declining quality in post-secondary education, the fact remains, why is the Premier making it harder for young people in Manitoba to get a good quality college or university education?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, again, the facts that the member chooses to cite are in direct conflict with the facts as they exist, Madam Speaker. The highest enrollments in the history of the province, the easiest supports to obtain, quite frankly, for those in need under our scholarship and bursary programs, record enrollments of foreign students in our institutions. These are the real facts. The facts are that we had to clean up an NDP mess, an incredible record, historic tax hikes, deficits that were approaching $1 billion and on their way up to $2 billion, Madam Speaker, services in disrepair, the worst health care in the country, Okay, so we've got a serious cleanup job to do, and we're focused on doing it, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that the member needs to reference facts. Those are the facts, Madam Speaker. We inherited a mess, and we're cleaning it up.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Well, Madam Speaker, we know that the Premier is making a mess when it comes to the livelihoods of many cattle producers in the province. Just last week, 400 farm families came together in St. Rose to protest the new rules that this Premier and his minister are bringing into place. Their message is simple: back off the changes to Crown lands. These changes has made it much easier for the government to allow big out-of-province corporations to come in and scoop up lands that these ag-producing families rely on. It's an approach that no one else in Canada is pursuing, though it is one favored by some American jurisdictions. Why is the Premier making it easier for these big absentee corporations to take land away from ag producers here in Manitoba?
The Honourable First Minister.
I do sincerely appreciate the NDP's newfound interest in things outside the perimeter highway. I thank former Interlake representative of the NDP, Tom Navashinoff, for coaching the NDP up on this issue, for telling them they would be totally unelectable if they didn't start to represent the points of view of those who work so hard outside the perimeter highway.
Not gonna happen soon.
And I thank the member for listening to Tom. Because it is important, because people outside the perimeter highway have dreams and aspirations that we will help them fulfill with such policy changes as those we are pursuing in terms of the management of Crown lands.
Here.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, these changes certainly won't benefit families outside the perimeter. In fact, one change in particular that this government is rushing into place, one that they didn't bother mentioning during the election campaign, I might add, is that there will not be a right of first refusal for ag producers to be able to continue using the same Crown lands. Now, this is certainly something that is concerning to many people who are looking at long-term investments around fencing, who are looking at perhaps even handing down their farms to the next generation. The course of action is clear. The government needs to listen. They need to reverse course and add the first right of refusal. They need to add the first right of refusal. Will the Premier simply stand in the chamber today and commit to doing so?
The Honourable First Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's because of the numerous errors in the member's two preambles thus far, it's difficult to respond except to say that he's wrong, and he's wrong again. I tell him that our concern is, of course, as people who represent all the farmers in the province, apart from a few who work very hard in the Carrot River areas west of the Pas, that we take very sincerely our responsibilities to manage agricultural issues for the sustenance and continuation of family enterprises. That's what we'll continue to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, it's a very serious issue. I was speaking to one family who moved here to Manitoba to pursue cattle raising, and they're not happy with these changes, Madam Speaker. They said that they love Manitoba, but now they may leave it, and they may leave on account of the changes that this Premier and his minister are bringing into place. I can show the minister the correspondence if he likes. Again, this is a very serious issue. It impacts the livelihoods of many, many Manitobans. Our concern, of course, is that this government once again is looking out for those at the top and not at the next generation of young farmers here in the province. The question is simple. If the Premier feels so strongly that these are good changes, why didn't he announce them prior to the election?
The Honourable First Minister.
Madam Speaker, if the NDP cared about farm families, one has to ask, why is it that they would like to see a federal carbon tax accelerate and get higher, which would be so punitive to rural Manitobans and to Manitoba farm families? Madam Speaker, the NDP really cared about farm families. Why would they advocate for the continuation of an antiquated system that punishes farm families disproportionately with an elevated education tax on their lands? And if they cared about farm families, Madam Speaker, at all, why did they keep jacking up taxes when they were in office like the PST and making life harder for working families all over the province, including in rural Manitoba?
The Honourable Member for the Pas-Camissac.
Madam Speaker. Tina Fontaine's death was a collective failure of our society. We all failed to care for and protect this beautiful young Indigenous girl. No one else should fall victim again. From this tragedy, the Children's Advocate released a report that highlighted that there were 17 children at imminent risk of death or harm in our province. It is the responsibility of the Minister and the Premier to protect our children. Could the Minister please update the House on the status of these 17 children? Are they safe?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. The death of Tina Fontaine was a tragedy, Madam Speaker, and has mobilized Manitobans to understand the importance of protecting children in our province, Madam Speaker. So we will continue to work with our community partners to address issues identified by the Manitoba Advocate for Children and Youth and help protect other children in our province, Madam Speaker. The Children's Advocate did produce a report. We have made responses to that report, and we continue to have a very good relationship in the area of protecting children in our province with the Children's Advocate.
The Honourable Member for the Pas-Camissac on a supplementary question.
The safety and well-being of children in this province should never come secondary. The Children's Advocate released recommendations that should have had action taken on them immediately to ensure no other child would die. The Minister will say that her department, along with others, are undertaking review of these recommendations, but the fact is that action was needed immediately. Could the Minister please inform the House which recommendations she has implemented to date?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as the member opposite knows, the Manitoba Advocate for Children and Youth did produce a report back in March. We responded to that. We had a whole government approach to response to her report. We had 4 different government departments, deputy ministers group that met with Children's Advocate shortly thereafter and produced a response to that report. That report is made. We make our responses to Macy public and available on a proactive disclosure website on the provincial government website. Because of the election blackout period at the time, they were not able to be posted at that time, but they are now, Madam Speaker.
Here.
The Honourable Member for the Pas-Camissac on a final supplementary.
The Children's Advocate report into the life and death of Tina Fontaine showed what happens when our systems fail our children. We cannot let that happen again. The Advocate recommended changes to our system to prevent it from happening again, but the delay in action means that other children could be at risk. Could the Minister please inform us if any other children have been identified to be at imminent risk of death or harm? Eggleston.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank the member for the question, and I want to thank the Manitoba Children and Youth Advocate for their thorough reports and feedback to the first report from government to recommendations. Based on this feedback, we will be able to provide additional details to Macy, and will continue to provide regular information, Madam Speaker, to Macy in June and December of each year, as well as when it is requested. These responses are made publicly available to ensure further transparency. We look forward to working more closely with the Manitoba Advocate for Children and Youth towards protecting our children and youth in the province of Manitoba.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Which, Madam Speaker, Manitobans shouldn't have to bear the pain and trauma that comes from being a victim of crime alone. Governments have a responsibility to ensure that victims have access to counseling services. This Pallister government made it a lot more difficult to access critical counseling by cutting travel costs for northern Manitobans to access counseling services in the South, Madam Speaker. Funding went from $1.6 million in 2017/18 to $470,000 just this past year. Can the minister explain why he thinks that this is a good idea?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. Here we are, day 5, question 4, finally a question on justice. Certainly we had a lengthy discussion yesterday about victims of crime, certainly some of the money that was allocated to the victims of crime. The fiscal year 2018-19, almost $4 million. The year before that was just over $3 million. We're committed to helping the victims of crime, unlike the NDP government, or NDP opposition, who never mentioned public safety once in their platform.
The Honourable Member for St. John's on a supplementary question.
The Minister has to concentrate on the question, which I'll remind him is accessing counseling services for victims. The Minister told us yesterday in estimates, victim services now relies on counseling services in northern communities offered by the federal government. Essentially, the Pallister government is passing the buck to the feds. However, we know that accessing counseling services in the north is limited, if anything. So this year, again, the Pallister government announced a huge reduction to the Victims of Crime program compared to 2 years ago. Why is the minister relying on the federal government to do his job and offer counseling services to Manitoba victims of crime?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Madam Speaker, we had a long conversation yesterday in estimates about the process here. Actually, we are working in collaboration with the federal government on this initiative. That's something I know the NDP is foreign to them, but we're actually working with the federal government to provide services, counseling services, to individuals in their home communities. Now, the fact of the matter remains, if the individuals are not satisfied with the counseling from the federal government, they have a caseworker. They can come to us, and we will provide a transportation cost to provide them transportation to a southern community to access counseling. So the member has her facts completely wrong.
The Honourable Member for St. John's on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, victims need counseling services immediately. At the best of times, navigating our healthcare system and accessing healthcare can be confusing and frustrating. Imagine for a moment if you're traumatized and hurting, trying to access those services if you're in the north. And I will remind the minister that there are very limited federal counseling services available already. So for this minister to pass the buck to the federal government when it is his responsibility and this premier's responsibility to offer counseling services, and then to sit in this chamber and act as if they're doing their job when really the premier only cares about the bottom lines on the back of victims in Manitoba.
The member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Madam Speaker, the NDP never mentioned public safety in their platform and during the last campaign. Madam Speaker, we have a policing and public safety strategy that we have put forward, announced several months ago to Manitoba. One of the key platforms in there talks about making sure that we have money and resources available to the victims of crime. We've committed extra money for that. We've created extra staff for that. We've made a commitment to the victims of crime, and Madam Speaker, we are fulfilling those promises.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right before Bill 28 is heard in court, the Pallister government now says they want to amend the Act. But let's be very clear. Bill 28 is unconstitutional, and the amendments that they put forward do nothing to change that fact. Why does the minister continue to use unconstitutional legislation rather than bargaining freely and fairly in good faith?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And unlike the NDP, we're actually a government that listens. What we've done is made changes to this legislation to make it even stronger, Madam Speaker. We want to ensure things within the legislation is something that's important. We've seen some great examples of some collective agreements that's established through Doctors Manitoba. Things like shared benefit or sustainability savings we think is important. That can be negotiated in between the legislation. Also fairness. We want to make sure that people aren't impacted by the legislation twice. That's what this legislation does. It provides flexibility. We think it's an important step forward.
The Honourable Member for Flin Flon on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, the legislation the minister has brought forward adds insult to injury. Now, it seems it will be up to the minister to decide who he likes, who he doesn't, which group might get a raise, who doesn't. It's still not free and fair collective bargaining, and it's still not constitutionally right. The Pallister government is interfering in this process. Will the minister simply rip up this bill and Bill 28 and sit down and bargain in good faith?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, I know the concept of listening is something that's foreign to the NDP, but I can tell you it's something that this government does on an everyday basis. What the premise of these amendments we're bringing forward provides flexibility, which we think is important, whether that be things like shared sustainability, whether that be things like in terms of making exemptions. That's something that's important, that's a part of it, adding discretion to the bill. We also know, Madam Speaker, there's been over 36 collective agreements that over thousands of people have been engaged in terms of Bill 28 while it's going on, Madam Speaker. We think it makes sense. This improves it. This is a process of listening that the NDP know nothing about, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Flin Flon on a final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For years, the Premier and his ministers have held an unconstitutional piece of legislation over the heads of workers, but they know their legislation will fail in the courts. Why else would they pull this stunt, trying to amend an unconstitutional bill right before it goes to court? Here's an idea for the minister. Stop the political games, rip up this unconstitutional piece of legislation, and bargain freely like he should.
Yep. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is about listening. That's exactly what this government does. It provides flexibility. We listen to the concerns of both employers and employees. We know that there's over 36 collective agreements that has been established. Part of this is about improving the bill. This is about improving the bill, making the system more flexible for workers as well as employees, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For families immigrating to Canada, this is a chance at a new life full of new opportunities. Manitoba's successful provincial nominee program was introduced in the 90s. It has helped newcomers access jobs to successfully start their new lives. A recent lawsuit filed against the Minister of Education has raised some concerns regarding the fairness of businesses qualifying for the provincial nominee program. It is important that businesses of all sizes have equitable access to the nominee program. What is the minister doing to ensure the provincial nominee program is fair and equitable for all businesses?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Training.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while the member will know that it would be inappropriate for me to comment on a case that is before or will be before the courts, she is correct that the provincial nominee program, which was started under the former Filmon government, has been a tremendous success. It's been a tremendous success for many years, for over 20 years. We've welcomed many people to Manitoba as economic immigrants, Madam Speaker. They've certainly changed our communities, changed our province for the better. The program continues to be strengthened as there are new pathways, and I look forward to seeing even more improvements to the provincial nominee program to build on the success that was started under a former progressive conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Notre Dame on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A conflict of interest concern has been raised as a result of the filed lawsuit against the minister. This has the potential to impact the confidence in the Manitoba Advisory Council on citizenship, immigration, and multiculturalism, and in turn, our provincial nominee program. What is the minister doing to ensure confidence is maintained in Manitoba's provincial nominee program?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Training.
Madam Speaker, again, while not commenting on any specific case that may be before the courts, there's tremendous confidence in the provincial nominee program. We continue to have more applicants each and every year. The wait time for the processing for the applicants has been reduced. We continue to see communities that are transformed for the better as they welcome new people into those communities from around the world. Madam Speaker, I live in one of those communities. I know many members on our side of the House do live in those communities. It is a standard for across the Canada when it comes to a gold standard for a nominee program. We are not only the first outside of Quebec to start such a program, but I believe that we are the best, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Notre Dame on a final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Too often we hear of newcomers falling victim to perilous working conditions, low pay, and little training. It is important to ensure labor rights are protected for newcomers, but also ensure the safety for all Manitobans. Mandatory entry-level training for truck drivers took effect this fall. And with all policies, oversight is needed to ensure their effectiveness. What oversights are in place to ensure the implementation of mandatory training for truck drivers?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Training.
Madam Speaker, certainly the MELT requirements that came into effect here in Manitoba, but also across Canada as a result of the tragedy that happened in Humboldt, Madam Speaker, in ensuring that those who are on the roads driving heavy vehicles and driving semi-trucks, Madam Speaker, had the proper training. That is important when it comes to safety. We've seen those standards across Canada. Manitoba is pleased to be part of those safety standards, and certainly as the MELT requirements come into place, there's ongoing review and ensuring that it meets the standards that it's intended to be, but it is primarily about safety and will continue to be about safety, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, we were approached by Heather Houston, who is sitting in the gallery today, with the story of what happened to her father. In the morning of June 26, 2018, he was taken by ambulance to Seven Oaks Hospital with signs of a stroke. A CT scan missed it. He was discharged and prescribed Gravol. By 10 that night, he couldn't walk. He was taken to Misericordia Urgent Care, which had lost much of its staff because it was in mid-transition. Misericordia suspected a massive stroke, but there were no beds available. He was sent home, ended up at St. Boniface the next day, where 31 hours after his first hospital visit, a stroke was confirmed. 31 hours and 3 hospitals for a stroke. It's not enough to say that change is hard. Does this government measure the negative impact of their healthcare changes on patients' dignity and care?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That member knows that if he has a casework that he wants to raise, that my door is open and my staff would be willing to look at this. The member also knows that probably the best examination of a particular piece of casework is not done on the floor of the legislature. But that member also knows that our government is making good investments in healthcare and correcting years of a system that was poorly aligned and had the worst wait times in Canada. We're making progress and getting better results.
You're here.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, Ms. Houston's father also had a hard time in some personal care homes, and the government's own numbers are clear. While we have an aging population and people are living longer, and there are people who have greater needs, there are people who should be cared for in hospital or palliative care who are being moved into personal care homes instead. The Premier recently wrote asking federal party leaders to commit to more healthcare funding, yet actual spending on health and personal care homes has been frozen for the last 3 years, which I table. The federal government is increasing funding at 3% a year. Why is the Premier asking for more health transfers from the federal government when provincial spending on healthcare has been flatlined? Will the Premier commit to using those federal funds to improve training and increase staff in personal care homes, or will we still see more years of frozen funding?
The Honourable First Minister.
First of all, I'll offer my condolences on behalf of our caucus to Heather on her loss and on the tragedy that befell her family. I want to say, though, Madam Speaker, it is always wrong for a member to use a personal tragedy experienced by a Manitoba family in this chamber to try to score political points, as the member has just done on 2 questions. I would say to him that if he would join with us and the NDP, who've agreed that the lower levels of federal partnership funding for healthcare are a concern, if he would join with us and make that unanimous in this House, that would be helpful to increase the strength and the sustainability of our healthcare system, so situations like this would be less likely to happen again in the future.
The Honourable Member for River Heights on a
Madam Speaker,
supplementary question.
Heather Houston's father had 22 falls while he was at St. Boniface Hospital, Parkview Place, and Middle Church personal care homes. This is an extraordinary number of falls. My sense is that the reason for this many falls is that more staffing is needed, as is more training specific to prevention of falls. Ideally, a person like Heather's father should be able to be in these institutions without a single fall. I ask the Minister, what is he going to do to eliminate such accidental falls in Manitoba's healthcare facilities?
The Honourable First Minister.
Here we go again, Madam Speaker, with a shameful abuse of a situation that calls for higher thinking. I would ask the members opposite to understand in the Liberal caucus that we have had premiers all across this country, regardless of political stripe, Liberal premiers, New Democratic premiers, Conservative premiers too, have asked repeatedly for a meeting with the Prime Minister to discuss health care funding, the number 1 priority for Canadians. And we can't get a meeting with the Prime Minister of Canada 4 years in a row, back to back to back to back. Madam Speaker, part of the reason that this chamber has not got unanimous support for such a measure used to be that we had 2 independent members here. But we don't anymore. And now we simply need the Liberal caucus to join with the NDP and the PCs and ask for a meeting with the Prime Minister to discuss healthcare funding so we can move forward together in a partnership to strengthen the quality of care for all Manitobans in the future.
The Honourable Member for Radisson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unlike the NDP, our PC government believes in free trade both around the globe and here at home in Canada.
Sure does.
Manitoba is home to a naturally diverse economy, a skilled workforce, and sits at the crossroads of our nation.
Sure does.
We are a trading province, and under our PC government, Manitoba is again open for business.
Sure is.
The removal of interprovincial trade barriers is an important step in strengthening Manitoba's economy and bringing in even more private sector investment.
Wow.
So can the Minister of Growth, Enterprise and Trade please tell the House about the latest steps that our government has taken to reduce interprovincial trade barriers?
Good.
The Honourable Minister of Growth, Enterprise and Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Manitoba is open for business under a PC government. Last week, we announced the removal of a number of exemptions under the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. Removing these exemptions will create additional economic growth and benefit for all Manitobans. Once again, this government is leading the country when it comes to reducing trade barriers across the country. Madam Speaker, we know the NDP are opposed to free trade, but on this side of the House, we believe in the potential of trade, and we know the potential of Manitobans, and that's why we're leading the country in terms of economic growth.
The Honourable Member for Concordia.
Madam Speaker, we revealed yesterday that the province is pursuing the potential sale and privatization of Manitoba's Amphibex machines. What a mistake that would be, Madam Speaker. Earlier this year, Daryl Kupchik, Executive Director of the North Red Waterway Maintenance Corporation, explained that they literally had to write the book on the use of the Amphibex machines for this purpose, and that ice breaking of this type is, quote, is not being done anywhere in the world the way we do it, and it takes an operator years to become proficient. Years to become proficient, Madam Speaker, at what has now become an essential flood fighting service in this province. Why is the Pallister government messing with our one-of-a-kind Amphibex program?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Madam Speaker, our government has put out an RFI. That's a request for interest in the Amphibex program, which hasn't been reviewed for 15 years. I'd like to point out to the member that, again, he has his facts wrong, that it was under an NDP government that the North Red Community Waterway Maintenance Corp was set up, a private company, and that was done so under Ministers Steve Ashton, Christine Melnick. Perhaps he would like to talk to them. Wow. I mean, if they're on speaking terms.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Concordia on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, privatizing the Amphibex would be a huge mistake, but let's be clear. We know this minister's privatization efforts are just getting started. Through Freedom of Information, we discovered that the $800,000 PricewaterhouseCoopers review includes consideration of privatization of all aspects of government services: highways, bridges, flood mitigation, flood forecasting, emergency management, and disaster recovery programs. There's simply no limit, we know, Madam Speaker, to what this minister would consider selling off and privatizing. And if the Amphibex program is any indication, this minister is making a grave mistake. Will he back down on his plans to privatize essential services like the Amphibex program?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to point out to the member that we did put out an RFI, request for interest, on the Amphibex program, which currently is being administered by the North Red Community Waterway Maintenance Corporation, which was set up by the NDP. And I'd like to point out to all members that, in fact, the North Red Community Waterway Maintenance Corporation is also interested in bidding on it. So, Madam Speaker, we've gone to the market to ensure that we get the best product for the best price for the taxpayers of Manitoba. Why are they so opposed to that?
What a great idea.
The Honourable Member for Concordia on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, a world-class jet ambulance system privatized and replaced with slower prop planes and less services. Fire bombers used to fight the growing threat of forest fires in Manitoba, sold and privatized to the highest bidder, and now jeopardizing flood fighting with the Amphibex program. But we know that was just the beginning, Madam Speaker. PricewaterhouseCoopers looked at all aspects of service delivery: highways, bridges, flood mitigation, flood forecasting, and emergency management, Madam Speaker, disaster recovery programs, the list goes on. The minister is already pursuing privatizing of the Amphibexes. Where will this minister stop when it comes to his privatization in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to point to the member where this all started. And it was those great business tycoons, one Steve Ashton and Christine Melnick, who set up a private corporation to run the Amphibex program. I'd like to point out to members, we are going to the market. We are going to see what kind of interest there is to provide the most safe, the most cost-effective, and the best program we can get. We're just testing the market to see what kind of interest there is. We're going to test the market and see if taxpayers are getting the best value for their taxpayer dollars. And that's exactly what people said to us in the last election. That's why they elected this government, to fix the finances of this province.
The time for oral questions has expired. Petitions. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly. The background to this petition is as follows. Number 1, fairness and justice are central to democracy and should be expressed in the treatment of parties in the Manitoba Legislature. The clash of democratically expressed ideas and debate is enriched when a greater breadth of possible solutions are considered as a result of the inclusion and fair treatment of more voices, which represent substantial proportions of Manitoba's population. Number 2, the current rules of the Legislative Assembly, which mandate that 4 MLAs are needed for official party status in Manitoba, were set many years ago under a different electoral system. Those rules were referenced as early as 1924 and 1940 and now need to be updated for today's world. Number 3, many other provinces have requirements which do not shut out parties that deserve to be recognized as legitimate. For example, there is a requirement for only 2 MLAs for official party status in Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, and Nova Scotia. Number 4, other provinces such as Nova Scotia include other parameters than just the number of MLAs. In Nova Scotia, the party must have run candidates in 3/4 of the ridings, receive at least 10% of the vote, and have 2 elected MLAs. Number 5, larger provinces like Alberta, which normally require 4 MLAs for official party status, have provided official party status to parties with fewer MLAs, 2 in Alberta and 2 recently in British Columbia. Number 6, the Manitoba Liberal Party has had a minimum of 3 elected MLAs for the past 2 legislative sessions, winning more than 14% of the popular vote in each election. It ran candidates in all 57 constituencies in the most recent election and deserves to be recognized as an official party in Manitoba rather than to have its members defined as independent MLAs. Number 7, the current rules requiring 4 MLAs for official party status in Manitoba are arbitrary and undermine the most basic tenets of representative parliamentary democracy, freedom of speech, local representation, and the free exchange of ideas. Number 8, democracy in Manitoba is better served when all constituencies can enjoy strong representation and healthy debate in the legislature. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the Manitoba Legislature to support a change in the Legislative Assembly rules and the Legislative Assembly Act, which will allow the designation of recognized opposition party status with the election of 2 MLAs from the same party, provided that the party achieved more than 10% of the vote in the most recent provincial election. This petition has been signed by many Manitobans.
In accordance with our Rule 133(6), when petitions are read, they are deemed to be received by the House. Grievances? Orders of the day, government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment to the estimate sequence in accordance with Section 2B of the sessional order passed by this House on September 30th, 2019. We're advising of the following changes in the estimate sequence. 1, in the chamber section, to move education from room 255 section to follow families. 2, in the room 254 section, move agriculture from room 255 section to follow sustainable development. And 3, in the room 255 section, infrastructure will now follow finance and crown services, and will move growth, enterprise, and trade from the chamber section to follow infrastructure. These changes are permanent, and this is signed by myself and the official opposition House Leader.
It has been announced that in accordance with Section 2(b) of the sessional order passed by this House on September 30th, 2019, we are being advised of the following change in the estimate sequence. 1, in the chamber section, move education from room 255 section to follow families. In room 254 section, move agriculture from room 255 section to follow sustainable development. And in room 255 section A, infrastructure will now follow finance and crown services. And B, move growth, enterprise, and trade from the chamber section to follow infrastructure. And this amendment has been forwarded by the Honourable Government House Leader and the Official Opposition House Leader. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, could you please resolve into Committee of Supply?
It has been announced that the House will consider estimates this afternoon. The House will now resolve into Committee of Supply. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please take the chair.
ready?
Will the Committee of Supply please come to order? This section of Committee of Supply is now resumed consideration for the estimates for the Department of Families. At this time, I invite the ministerial and the opposition staff to enter the chamber, and then we ask the members to introduce their staff in attendance. Again, I will ask the Minister to introduce her staff.
Okay.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have with me today John Leggett, who is our Deputy Minister. I have Brian Brown, who's our Assistant Deputy Minister of Admin and Finance. We have Michelle Stephen Weens, who's here with us today, the Director of Early Learning and Childcare, as well as Braden Jones, my Special Assistant.
Okay. And we'll get the opposition critic to introduce her staff.
Chris Anderson, Policy Analyst.
Okay, thank you very much.
Downgraded you today.
As previously agreed, questioning for this department will proceed in a global manner. The floor is open for questions. The Honourable Member for Thompson.
When will the next capital call be made for childcare spaces?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just to inform the member that we're just in the process of redeveloping the capital program, moving toward an open call process. So this allows applicants to apply at any time. And it also ensures that funding is in place by applicants to speed up the development process.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
And the plan to implement this, how is that going to go forward when the position for capitals has been vacant?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And yesterday we spoke about improving efficiencies within government by consolidating call center and looking at consolidating different functions across the department into the areas where there's the most expertise in those areas. So similarly, with the development of the capital program, currently Manitoba Housing and Renewal Corporation manages the bilateral agreement on community capital projects for the Department of Families. And so it makes more sense to have these functions be housed over at Manitoba Housing and Renewal Corporation. So they will be taking on those functions.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
The number of people receiving EIA has been increasing, yet the minister has deleted the positions in this area. I understand that client services is in particular challenging given the current meth crisis. Why not supplement the workforce by meeting the challenge in the workforce and meeting the growing caseload? Why cut these vacant positions?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the member for the question, and I think it's an important one, and it gives me a chance to highlight, I think, some of the things that we're doing and the approaches that we're taking with respect to EIA clients. Certainly, we have been successful in working in a whole of government approach with respect to moving people from EIA into and finding them employment. We've worked closely with the Department of Education as well in various programming, things like Jobs on Market, which has been quite successful so far. In fact, with that, we've actually expanded that into Jobs on 9th and Brandon as well, which has become, which will be an exciting thing, I think, for that community as well. I think it's important to mention that as a result of this, the growth of the caseloads has significantly slowed. In the last year alone, it's down to 1.5%, when in the past it's been 6 and 5% in terms of annual growth rates. And so I think we're making some headway, but we do recognize there's more work to be done. And I think the more we take that whole of government approach to this and work closely with education and training to ensure that we move people off of EIA and into the workforce, I think that's a positive thing for people in our community. And so we'll continue to make progress in this area. And again, I just want to thank the Department of Families, and particularly those who work in EIA, for the tremendous work that they do working with our clients on a regular basis.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
What is the current processing time for EIA?
The Honourable Minister.
I just asked the member, are we sort of moving into EIA questions now? Because we would probably bring the appropriate staff person.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Just the one.
Just the one question.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. The answer to the question is that it varies it varies from about 2 to 3 days to about 2 weeks, depending on where you are in the province and how complex the case is. Is that fair enough?
Member for Thompson.
What is the average processing time for EIA?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to just to point out to the member opposite that we in the department deal with these individual cases. Each individual case is quite unique. And I think what the member is probably trying to get at is to decipher whether or not if someone is in a more extreme need, that we have the ability to deal with people on an emergency basis, Mr. Chair. So sometimes the processing time can be same day. And sometimes, it depends on if the person shows up and for the application, that they don't have all the information with them that's needed for the application. We need to wait a little bit to get, for that individual to get the necessary information to complete the application. But what I will say is that the majority of cases are handled same day.
The honourable member for Thompson.
I would just like to clarify that is from the initial meeting to the point of payment.
The honourable minister.
Yeah, the member asked about processing time, so this is for processing time for the application.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech. So just to clarify, so we're asking the minister to provide the time period from when someone comes in for an intake meeting to when they actually first get their payment from EIA. So what is the average waiting time for people who are coming in? Maybe it's the first time, maybe they've been, off of EIA for a year. I know there's lots of different circumstances, but we're asking for what is the average waiting time from when they come in for an intake meeting to when they receive their EIA. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
So just going back to the information that I provided to the members opposite earlier, it takes anywhere between 2 to 3 days up to 2 weeks to process the application. Once the approval is given, the check flows to that individual in the vast majority of cases on the same day.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
I would ask the minister to take it as an undertaking to the processing times from initial meeting to payment for over the last 3 years, the average wait time.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to note when it comes to this issue that, certainly I've already indicated that it's, somewhere between 2 to 3 days and 2 weeks. The department doesn't track averages because we look at people on an individual basis. So we don't see the usefulness of tracking the averages. We want to ensure that these individual cases that we deal with, these individuals, get the timely access to the EIA payments and get a timely access to those payments, and we look at it on an individual basis.
Member for Thompson.
We're going to be moving on to housing and having a couple of questions on housing. Okay.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
There's a terrible fire at Massey Manor in Brandon, Manitoba, May of 2018. I understand that there has been progress made. I understand that there was some hope that the work would be completed by early fall. And then I understand the date has been pushed back to November and now January. Can the minister confirm, is the completion of the work on track to be completed by January?
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to introduce Carolyn Ryan, who is the acting CEO for Manitoba Housing and Renewal Corporation, who has joined us at the table here. It is my understanding that the management of this process is being run by the Canadian Mental Health Association, who is one of the owners in the building, and they're leading that process. But as we understand, it is scheduled to be open in January.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
On page 109 of the budget estimates, the minister has proposed that she will decrease funding as follows: $532,000 less for direct management housing operations, $1.6 million less for nonprofit and cooperatives, and $766,000 less for rent supplements program. Can the minister explain why her budget contains these reductions?
The Honourable Minister.
Just direct the member to, she first asked about direct manage, so we'll deal with that first. When you look at the expenditures, you'll notice right under expenditures is rental revenue. Because revenue is increasing, it lowers the operating costs associated with that area. And if the member could indicate what her other areas are that she wanted as well.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
$1.6 million less for nonprofit and cooperatives, $766,000 less for the rent supplement program.
The Honourable Minister.
So for the nonprofits and cooperatives, that is reduced due to mortgages that have matured. With respect to the rent supplement program, the rent supplement agreement with the Syrian refugees has expired, and it's actually, they have been moved into a successful resettlement plan. So that's good news.
The other member for Thompson.
This budget also contains a reduction of $2.4 million for housing development. This line has seen tremendous reduction. Just a few short years ago, it was $18.6 million. Why has that housing development been cut?
The Honourable Minister.
So I'll just direct the attention to the member opposite under explanations below on that same page. The number 1, decrease to housing development is due to the expiration of the investment in affordable housing agreement. So under that agreement, there was a repair and renovation program that the federal government, it expired, and the federal government chose not to renew that.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
The number 18.6 million was from 2015-2016. This has been a drastic reduction over the last number of years. Can the minister explain?
The Honourable Minister.
I'll just refer, we're just looking back at the 2018-19 departmental estimates of expenditures for the Department of Families. And on page 107, there is an explanatory note there that says the decrease to housing development is due to the expiry of the Canada-Manitoba Social Infrastructure Fund Agreement in 17-18.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Those were from last year, so is it my understanding then from the minister that if a federal agreement expires, that the government has no plans on how to support the people that are affected by these agreements expiring? And I would say that the provincial government has a role to play in ensuring people have safe, affordable housing.
The Honourable Minister.
So this particular funding was for capital upgrades on privately owned property which has been completed. So there was no ongoing funding need there. And so there was no ongoing subsidy needed there.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
When the Pallister government came to office, Manitoba owned 18,200 units of housing, with 14,200 operated by Manitoba Housing. How many does Manitoba own, and how many units are operated by the corporation?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think it's important to note, because there is a difference here, certainly from the previous government and the way things were run and managed and so on, and the approach that we take. We don't take an ideological approach to providing affordable housing to Manitobans. We believe that we have the ability to partner with with other organizations, municipalities, private not-for-profit sector, as well as Indigenous communities as well. We want to partner with those out there to help. Government isn't always the best manager of things, and so although we're trying to make improvements there, certainly, but we do believe that there are others out there that we can partner with that can better manage these facilities for us. And so we have gone to that. Primarily those facilities now that are not managed by MHRC are managed by the not-for-profit sector. And so we have found that has been a very positive approach to the management of affordable housing for Manitobans. But I will point the member to page 107 of the estimates of expenditures. And under housing, it says Manitoba Housing and Renewal Corporation is a Crown corporation governed by I won't read that out. MHRC provides housing assistance to approximately 34,600 households through various programs. Within the housing portfolio, MHRC owns approximately 17,000 housing units and 9 emergency shelters for victims of violence, of which 13,300 housing units are owned and directly managed by the corporation. The remaining 3,700 units owned by MHRC are managed by nonprofit cooperative sponsor groups or property management agencies. So I just again would refer the member to page 107, and that has the answer to her question.
The honourable member for Thompson.
What is the vacancy rate with Manitoba Housing?
The Honourable Minister.
There are currently 409 vacant and available for rent units. But I think it's important to also note that over the past year, Manitoba Housing has reduced the number of vacant units in the direct managed portfolio by 28% through improvements to the unit make-ready and offer processes, as well as the sale of chronically vacant units. And so I think it's important to note that we're moving in the right direction with a reduction in the vacant units. Obviously, we have more work to do, and we'll continue to do that work on behalf of Manitobans.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
What is the plan to get the over 400 units made available?
The Honourable Minister.
All 409 vacant available units for rent now are in the process of being filled as we speak.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Would the minister do an undertaking of a breakdown of where the vacancies are in Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister.
I think it's important to mention to the member opposite that, obviously in larger communities where there's more demand, there's a lower vacancy rate in those communities. And and subsequently as well. In some of the other smaller communities, the vacancy rates would be a little bit higher. So that's sort of the breakdown. There's no surprises there, I don't think, to the member opposite.
The honourable member for Thompson.
Is the minister willing to do it as an undertaking?
The honourable minister.
Sorry, do what?
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Would the minister undertake giving us a list of exactly where those vacancies are in the province?
The honourable minister.
Yes, we can do a breakdown of that for the member.
The honourable member for Thompson.
What is the current wait list for access to Manitoba housing?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've introduced a new property management information technology system, which is primarily to reduce barriers for applicants for Manitoba Housing and remove the red tape associated with that, making it easier in the application process to apply. So we would expect that numbers will go up as a result of that, but the latest number that we have is for 2018, 4,132.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Can the minister repeat that, please?
The Honourable Minister.
4,132.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
So can the minister clarify, is that how many people are currently waiting on the wait list to get into Manitoba Housing? And what is the current amount of time that people are actually waiting until they put their application in until they actually get into one of the Manitoba Housing, social housing places?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to the member's question, I think we've already answered that those are the latest numbers that we've got. Certainly when it comes to processing time, again, we're going to go back to where we were in childcare. And I mean, the EIA, sorry, that we look at this on an individual basis. And so the processing time will vary depending on the needs of those individuals. And certainly in a it's based on housing need, unit type, the region that they want to live in, and if the more specific and specialized housing that people want, the longer wait time there will be for those individuals. And then for those that are in emergent situations, we can work very quickly to find housing for those individuals.
You have a member for Point Douglas.
So if the minister can undertake giving us an average time of when a person puts their application in to when they actually get into a unit, that's all we're asking for. We realize that there's special circumstances for people, so that obviously would factor into the average wait time. So if the minister can undertake that, we'd appreciate that. I think Manitobans deserve to know how long they have to wait to get into social affordable housing, especially people who are in, the market rent that are paying half their income to housing, which is taking away from, perhaps food for their children. Miigwech.
The Honourable Minister.
HRC doesn't track averages. They don't see a value in averages given the vast range of needs of individuals. So we look at individuals based on their need and work with them on their needs. And of course, they may choose to, again, going back to the example of someone that wants to live in a specific community and specific type of housing, all of these, the needs that are needed for that individual. as well. It's very important that we take all of those things into consideration. So it again goes back to where we talked about EIA before, that we take a very individualistic approach to finding the necessary housing for Manitobans. And again, MHRC doesn't see the value in keeping averages given the vast range of needs of individuals.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up, if I could, with some questions on Manitoba housing. I was in a Manitoba housing unit. I was asked to by a number of individuals. They were expressing concern. I guess there had been a change in the type of management that previously there were some buildings that were managed by Manitoba Housing, and it's been outsourced to a different kind of property management company. And the concern they expressed was that while there were some things that this property management company were very good at, there were things that they were not as good at security. So you have situations essentially where chop shops and meth dealers were moving in. The one thing they said was outstanding was their pest control. So it was one of the more memorable things I've ever heard, that somebody said, this is the first time in our building we've had more meth dealers than bed bugs. So I just wanted to bring that to the minister's attention, because apparently this is happening in a number of Manitoba housing buildings in a number of different neighborhoods, where the lack of security has meant that you might have people who moved in and the security isn't as effective, and you might have somebody. I was given the example of a senior who's in her 90s who's been living there for decades, who hasn't been able to. And I can provide you details if you like, but I was just wondering that this is something that the minister, obviously security should be paramount, whether the minister would consider a review of these buildings or a review of the case of the issues in security around these buildings, just because it seems to me that we've had complaints from residents, but they're also afraid to be too public about it from the point of fear of retaliation within their own buildings.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're monitoring a number of outcomes for transfers to sponsor management and are working closely with our partners in that transfer of management. The member opposite brings up safety and security, and we recognize that's extremely important for tenants, and we don't want either meth dealers or bed bugs in these properties, and that's obviously very important to us as well, and we share that concern obviously with the member opposite. We are not seeing a trend of increased security risk as a result of the transfer of management of properties across the board. So, I'm obviously concerned by the member opposite bringing this up, and if he has specific examples of how he could bring that forward, I'd be happy to set up a meeting with the Manitoba Housing and Renewal Corporation where he could share this, because I think it's very important on these things that we can work together and ensure the safety and security of Manitobans living in these properties.
Oh, the other member from St. Boniface.
I thank the Minister. I will take you up on that offer. But there have been specific concerns raised in a number of buildings, and though the residents clearly would like to see it taken care of. Like I said, I mean, they were filled with praise about the insect, about dealing with pests, but that they were seriously concerned about some negative changes as far as security. The other question I had was about early childhood education, and I know that there have been some commitment. The government made some commitments during the campaign. And I just wanted to, from what I understand, that the focus seems to be more on for-profit childcare, and I understand, recognizing that there are families, who, as somebody said, when they find out when they're expecting, they'll contact a childcare center to get a name on a list before they even tell their family that they're expecting, because the wait lists are so long. It's about 16,000 people. But I also wanted to just raise the issue that there is a very serious need for not-for-profit supports. I was contacted by the board member of a early childhood education center in St. Boniface, and it's not-for-profit. And their challenge is that they're sort of being crushed between a lack of funding on the one hand. There is a cap on the parental contribution, but their clientele are not able in any way to be able to pay any more, and that there is really a desperate need for that kind of not-for-profit support, because in their case, I think they're dealing with families, sometimes they're newcomers, sometimes they're refugee families, where the parents maybe have difficulty finding work because of language difficulties and so on, but essentially that their clientele are families who depend on the center itself to properly feed their children. Is that this is a very important role for this particular child care center, and again, this board member asked that I bring it up. So I just hope, while there is a focus on for-profit child care, I hope that that the minister, I just want to actually ask whether the minister or the government is contemplating expanding support for not-for-profit, simply because those are, in terms of need, I recognize the need happens everywhere across Manitoba, but it's a particularly deep need in terms of the challenges facing these families. Whether the government is going to be considering expanding support for not-for-profit childcare centres as well.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, I thank the member for the question, and certainly, early learning childcare is extremely important in all of our communities, and I appreciate the member bringing forward this example in his own community. And just before I get into answering his question, I do want to say to the member opposite that if there are specific concerns with a specific childcare facility, again, let us know, and I'd be happy to set you up with the appropriate individuals in the departments. I think it's also important that I know we did inherit a significant challenge with respect to early learning and childcare from the previous NDP government, as you know. And in fact, the childcare wait list more than doubled under the previous NDP government's watch. And so we recognize that there's significant work that needs to be done here, and we need to work with our partners to ensure that we find ways to improve and reduce that wait list. So we have embarked on and have announced that we will be doing a full review of early learning and childcare. We're going to be working closely with, I have a we have the Minister's Consultation Table, so at that table are members of the Manitoba Child Care Association, there's parents, ECEs there as well at the table, so that we can really work together towards finding a solution to reducing this significant wait list in Manitoba. So we've conducted that review, but I think it's also important to say that we, unlike the previous government, we don't take an ideological approach to increasing daycare spaces in Manitoba. That's why we have announced the business tax credit. What's it called? The Child Care Center Development Tax Credit to work with businesses in the community to to increase the number of spaces. And I know the most recent one was the Qualico, and partnering with them, and I think it was upwards of 74 new spaces that were created there, and we think that's a good thing. We've also increased the number of in-home daycares as well to try and find more spaces for those individuals who need it. So I do again thank the member opposite for his question on this, and again, if he has a specific issue that he'd like to bring forward with a specific facility, we'd be happy to set up that meeting for him.
Any more next question? The honourable member for the Paul Kiwetnuk. The Paul Kamisak.
Did the folks across need time to switch for my portion of CFS?
The honourable minister.
Now, Mr. Chair, to maybe just take a 5-minute break, if that's okay, and then we'll bring the appropriate people in, and so we're done with housing now, I guess.
Is it will to the committee to take a 5-minute break? Okay, so agreed. It's carried. Wash them. I guess we'll resume the estimates and Committee of Supply. They all come to order. So we'll start with the honourable member from the Paul Kamisak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Chair? Yeah, that's right. My first question is in regards to, of course, with the CFS. I just wanted to know what authorities and agencies have signed block funding agreements with the government for the care of children in care.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to take this opportunity to welcome the member back to the chamber, as well as to her critic role as well, the member for the Paul Kamisak. And so I just also want to introduce our staff member here, Sarah Teely, who is the ADM for Child and Youth Services. So she is joining us at the table today. And with respect to the answer to the member's question, we're just in the process still. The department's working closely with the authorities to finalize the terms of the agreement. And so, the department's working very closely with them, and we'll just wait to see what comes out of the final terms of the agreement.
The honourable member for the Paul Kamisak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm getting used to this again. Again, too, I just wanted to take this time to welcome back you and welcome our new staff here as well. Now, my question is, can the minister provide the formula for determining block funding amounts for each authority and agency, please?
The Honourable Minister.
So the formula for determining the block funding was reviewed and agreed to by all the authorities, and it has sort of two components. It's based on the 2018-19 actual expenditures within the authorities, and as well as the days in care.
The Honourable Member for the Paul Kamisak.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the first question there in regards to who has, but how many agencies and authorities have expressed willingness to sign on with block funding agreements with the government?
The Honourable Minister.
We're still finalizing the terms of that agreement, so I think it would be a little premature to indicate one way or the other at this stage.
The Honourable Member for Paul Kamisak.
Thank you. Can the minister indicate whether there have been any changes to the CFIS database system in the past year, specifically to address lack of usage or data completion?
The Honourable Minister.
Could the member just repeat that question again?
The Honourable Member for the Paul Kamisak.
Yes, I can. Can the minister indicate whether there have been any changes to the CFIS database system in the past year, specifically to address lack of usage or data completion?
The Honourable Minister.
So I thank the member for the question, and when it comes to the usage, all the agencies have been directed to use the CFA system now, and of course when it comes to data completion and compliance of that, the authorities are working very closely with the agencies to ensure that they're complying with this. It's really, really important that we are using the same information and that we have a complete and up-to-date data that we agree upon between the agencies and authorities and the department.
The Honourable Member for the Paul Kamisak.
In regards to that as well, can the minister indicate what percentage of workers and agencies are currently making use of CFAS?
The Honourable Minister.
Our expectation is that they all are. Again, the authorities work to ensure that those agencies that fall under their authority are in compliance.
The Honourable Member for the Paul Kamisak.
My question is, have there been any funding changes for children in foster care or foster parents in the past year? If so, can the minister provide the changes and accompanying rationale?
The Honourable Minister.
So foster care per diem rates have been placed on hold pending the outcome of a review. A key deliverable of this review is recommendations to revise foster care rates to support agencies' transition to single envelope funding. So per diems were set by agencies to meet individual needs of children, and this hold allows for the time to review it for accountability and oversight. So our goal is for the agencies to have greater accountability and flexibility in this area.
The Honourable Member for the Paul Kamisak.
Kamisak, thank you. Is there any plans to cut the rates?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member for the Paul Kamisak.
As I was reading the annual report for families, I was, from a personal point of view, and we have numbers of children in care, and we have numbers of children in voluntary placement, all sorts, and pie charts. Is there any indicators that have good news, family reunited? Are there going to be numbers on that? What are the investments for that? Because I just see out. I don't see back in. So what are the plans there? What are the investments there? And how can that be portrayed next time in the annual report instead of just reading the kids being shipped out, but not the good news when kids are reunited back with mom, dad, grandma, auntie?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd want to thank the member for the PA, Kamisak, for her comments earlier. I think she brings up a very good and valuable point that we need to start looking at some of the positive news stories that are coming out of some of the changes that are being made. And I think, you know, certainly we do know, and she mentioned perhaps highlighting some of these in the annual report and those types of things. And that's certainly something I'm willing to take back and discuss with the department moving forward with some of the changes that we're making, because we are making some significant progress in some areas. In particular, if we look at the number of kids in care, as the member opposite knows, last year was the first year in 15 years where there was a decline in the number of children in care, and you know, we're pleased to report that there is a reduction again this year in the number of kids in care. I think it's also important to talk about the number of kids who are apprehended, and we know that when we had a pilot project of 8 agencies that were part of a block funding pilot project initiative, as a result of that, the number of kids who were apprehended were down significantly there as well as a result of that. And we know that reunification of families, it's a little bit soon to maybe gauge those numbers, but we do know from the numbers that we've received that it's been stable, and we do expect as there starts to be more of a proactive approach on the preventative initiatives within those agencies, that we expect those numbers will go up. It obviously is a focus of our government. We do want to focus on family reunification. We want to focus on preventative initiatives that keep people out of the child welfare system. We want to ensure that that those children have the best chance possible in life. We obviously we'll always take into consideration the safety of children as well, but I think the member opposite is quite right. We do have some good news stories that maybe should be highlighted a little better.
The honourable member for the Paul Kamisak.
In regards to the legislative review, I'm curious to know what investments are going to be made in regards to mental health for our children. I had the honor to participate in committee and asked, should counseling be not a requirement, but what's that word? It should be compulsory. Yeah, mandatory. Because I just find, from my own personal experience and working with young people back home, I just find that this whole culture of CFS is affecting families and workers, and I just find that we're feeding who's going to go into the jail system, who's going to go into poverty, who's going to go into addictions. Their mental health is going to fall even further, and I see it right before me, and it's right in my own yard too. So I just want to know what investments, especially with the new announcement with mental health and addictions, how are you going to tie that in with our children within the CFS system? I think that should be tied tight, because I just find this culture, we're feeding the jail systems, we're feeding addictions, we're feeding mental health, we're feeding suicide. And I want to know what investments are going to be made, especially in northern Manitoba and rural Manitoba as well. It's nice that that announcement was made here for the city, but I want to know for our people outside the perimeter as well. So I'd like to know what investments are going to be made there.
The Honourable Minister.
So I want to thank the member for her question and for her comments as well. I just want to address, certainly mental health and addictions. We take a whole of government approach when it comes to some of the challenges that we're facing in these areas. And yesterday's announcement was a part of that, where we had the Minister of Health, myself, Minister of Education, the Minister of Justice, all announcing various things within our areas of government that are helping youth in Manitoba through mental health and addictions, with mental health and addictions challenges. For the Department of Families, we announced Thrival Kits. That's not just for the City of Winnipeg, that's actually for the entire province. All grade 4 to 6 children will receive these Thrival Kits. So that's something that will also be distributed to in the schools of the member for the PA Camisac, as well as Thompson and all areas in Manitoba. So we think that it's a $1.5 million commitment to ensure that these children have the tools that they need to help them through some mental health and addictions problems. So that's one example of how we are reaching out across the province. But yesterday's announcement was just one of a series of announcements that will be made. I can't make those other announcements here today, but I say to the member opposite, stay tuned. We do take these issues very, very seriously. I think it's also important that we mention that there is a youth justice review that is taking place right now between the Department of Families as well as the Department of Justice to try and stem the number of CFS children who enter the justice system. Really is one of the primary components of that review, and just see how we can find better ways to provide the tools to those individuals to keep them out of the justice system. So that review is taking place now, and I think it's important that we work together across different government departments to see how we can come up with a collaborative approach to some of these challenges. So I thank the member again for her question.
The Honourable Member for the Paul Camisac.
In regards to that, can the minister give an update as to the status of the joint review of the connection between the child welfare system and the justice system that was initiated in early 2019?
The Honourable Minister.
The member is right. We're working collaboratively right now with the Department of Justice towards developing an action plan moving forward where we can work more, collaboratively towards, providing better results for Manitoba youth in the CFS system as well as in the justice system to provide, I think, better opportunities for Manitoba children. And again, we're just in the process of developing that action plan now.
The Honourable Member for the Paul Kamisak.
Thank you. Can the minister indicate why the Trust report release was delayed for publication and why the recommendations that were contained in the draft report were removed?
The Honourable Minister.
Member for the question, and first of all, just want to say that I want to thank the staff who produced the reports. There's a tremendous amount of work that was put into Tracia's Trust, and it's really very unique in Canada. It's something, you know, in addressing sexual exploitation of youth, and we're really sort of ahead of the curve as a province when we look at other jurisdictions across Canada. And so I want to thank the staff, but I also want to thank those community members who were part of the consultation process, who had significant input into the content of the report as well. I think it's important that in answering this, that we understand that we don't work in silos. We work at a whole government approach, and so I think it's important when we're talking about addressing sexual exploitation of youth that we also find alignment with the mental health and addiction strategy, as well as, you know, the youth justice strategy as well, and make sure that we're all in a line and we're moving in the right direction, which of course is towards the greater protection of those individuals. And so again, we take that collaborative approach across government, and so we wanted to take the time to get that right. And we're always looking for better ways and better outcomes for children and youth in our province. And again, I just want to commend those who were involved in producing this report, which is again unique across Canada.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Thank you. My question deals with birth alerts, and I understand the Minister has indicated that there will be continued issuing of birth alerts. There has in the last few years been a series of studies showing the tremendous adverse impact of taking children away from mothers, harm to the mother's health, including increased risk of suicides, and there is also potential significant deleterious effect on the impact of the child. So I'm looking for an update on the status of that and what the Minister is planning.
Minister.
So I want to thank the member for the question, and certainly the safety and security of infants, children and youth is our government's top priority. Sometimes families face challenges that might leave a newborn vulnerable, and we need to ensure that children are safe first and foremost. So we've been working with the CFS authorities to limit birth alerts to situations only where there is a high risk of harm to an infant, and we remain committed to that shared goal. We do recognize, of course, that this came out of the MMIWG inquiry as well as our own legislative review committee as well, and we know that BC is moving in a certain direction, and we're having a very close look at this. But we do know that certainly birth alerts are the number of the birth alerts themselves are down, but we first and foremost we need to ensure the safety of those children. So that will remain to be our top priority. We're also taking other preventative measures as well. We've introduced our new social impact bond, which is working with doulas, working with expectant mums closely to develop birth plans and moving forward. And so we're looking forward to moving that forward as well. We want to obviously look at ways to prevent the apprehension of children in cases where we can. We don't want to have apprehensions where they're not needed, but we have to look with that safety lens first. And so we'll continue to work with the authorities and agencies towards that goal.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, I would be interested if the minister could share the statistics showing the number of birth alerts and how that they are actually going down. I'm quite concerned about this for a number of reasons. I remember a young woman who had her child taken away at birth. She was breastfeeding. The child was grabbed and taken away on day 4. She was doing well. There was no good reason for taking the child away, as was proved in court some 6 or 8 weeks later. What we want to make sure is that you have a good opportunity for mothers and children to do well. And this practice of preventing mothers from breastfeeding who have been and developing some of the attachment that is so critical to early childhood development. And I think that what I'm concerned about is that we really have strong, valid measures being used in terms of the risks of children, and that in this case the agency concerned had adequate opportunity to make a thorough and careful assessment before the child was born, and they failed to do that. And they were nervous as a result of not having made that assessment, and they went ahead and issued a birth alert and took the child away. So I think that we need to make sure that the agencies are involved in taking preventive measures, looking carefully at and developing plans with mothers. So I would ask what preventive measures are being taken and what so that mothers can be supported properly, and so that you decrease the chance of children having to be taken away.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, I thank the member for the question, and we do take prevention initiatives very, very seriously, and I did mention in my previous answer about our social impact bond called Restoring the Sacred Bond doula project. So we'll keep working to protect vulnerable newborns and support families through initiatives like that. I think it's also important that part of our prevention work also includes partnerships with community-based organizations like the Indigenous Women's Healing Center, Villa Rosa, Families First, and Insight Mentorship Program to support pregnant women and new parents. So the prevention side is we take it very seriously. We will obviously want to reduce the apprehensions where possible, so those are some of the initiatives that we have ongoing on the prevention side.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, my time is up, so I will pass the microphone back to my colleagues.
The Honourable Member for the Paul Kamisak.
Can the minister provide an update on the review of Street Reach? Has the RFP been awarded, and if so, to who? And when does the minister expect to receive this report? Yeah.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah. So what happened there with the RFP went out, we didn't have the uptake that we wanted in terms of people who were willing to do the review, and so what we decided to do was roll it into the youth justice strategy and have them look at, take a lens on that program. I will say that it is something that, you know, I have been out with these people, and I've seen the work that they do in the community to help these children. They have personal, relationships with some of these children. These children know them, and they're used to them, and it's a positive thing. And so certainly I know the Youth Justice Review has been looking at that, and that's what happened with that.
The Honourable Member for the Paul Kamisak.
Thank you. Can the minister indicate who is the current director for Street Reach? And can the minister provide staffing details in regards to number of vacancies for Street Reach?
The Honourable Minister.
So Bridget Bear is the manager of Street Reach, and there are 4 individuals working with her.
The Honourable Member for the Paul Kamisak.
No more questions.
No more questions? Okay. We're time. I guess it's we'll go through the resolutions. The first resolution that we'll go through is Resolution 9.2. Resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $1,257,840,000 for families, community service delivery for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 9.3. Resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $5,732,000 for families, corporate services for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 9.4, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $719,357,000 for families, child and youth services for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 9.5, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $117,884,000 for families, housing for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 9.6, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $1,058,000 for families, costs related to capital assets for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 9.7, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $289,000 for families, capital assets for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. That's the last item that to be considered for the estimates for this department in item number 9.8A, Minister's salary contained in Resolution 9.1. At this point, I request that all I guess all the staff has already left. Oh, and then, okay, we'll get all the staff to, opposition staff to leave the chamber for consideration of the last item. The floor is now open for questions. The honourable member for Thompson.
I move that line item 9.1A be amended so that the Minister of Family salary be reduced to $1.
Thank you. It has been moved by the honourable member for Thompson that item number 9.1A, that line item 9.1A be amended so that the Ministers of Family salary be reduced to $1. The motion is in order. Are there any questions or comments on the motion? Is the committee ready for the question? Shall the motion pass? I hear there's no's. The motion is accordingly defeated. So now we'll go back to Resolution 9.1. Resolve that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $8,557,000 for families, the administration and finance for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. This completes the estimates for the Department of Families. The next set of estimates will be considered by the section of the Committee of Supply for the Department of Education and Training. I just wanted to ask what the will of the committee for...
we can't actually rise because we have to wait until 6, but we can recess if the committee wants
Okay, we can't rise until after 6, but we can recess until 6 o'clock. Recess? Is that all agreed?
Yeah.
So we'll recess until 6.
Okay.
Just let me know because I can't really see it right now. Yeah, usually it's right on the computer. The hour being 6 p.m., the committee rise, call on the Speaker. The hour being 6 p.m., the House is adjourned and stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.